Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. What do we got going on today? What do we got going on today? Hmm? So what's today all about, huh? Alright.
Cats lose their cool for temptations dragged down.
What do we have going on today? Is that Elijah Wood in a nut commercial? What? Okay, sorry. I just got really distracted by Elijah Wood. Yo, what's up, Ahmed? I just saw Elijah Wood with a very strange haircut in a very strange commercial, and it really confused me there for a sec. What? Sorry, yeah, I just got a... That threw me for a fucking loop. Is that a coconut? Is that a coconut emoji? A coconut drink emoji? That's how I'm feeling today. Alright, music was a little bit loud yesterday. Also, I realized that for whatever reason, this monitor has bad frame pacing issues when it's not at native resolution, so yeah, that's why things are a bit weird. Especially when it's the Intel GPU for some whatever reason. The Nvidia GPU just runs 60 FPS fine, but hey Zelda. It's a Latina drink or a Latin drink? I don't think you meant Latin, I think you meant Latina. Yeah. Mata, I see. Zelda, I got Water Fox. This is Water Fox. Just because you recommended it, and I'm gonna be honest with you, it's just Firefox, but that's alright. What the fuck is this? What is this? What is this? What is this? Get it off of my fucking thing. What? Search shortcuts? Dude, get the fuck out of here, bro. Okay. Why is this a thing? Go. Okay, we're getting deep in the weeds here. Get this the fuck off of my fucking thing. Go. Oh my god. Okay, we're not doing this anymore. I decided we're not doing that. Hi, cheese. So a couple of things I realized. So I'm realizing that we aren't seeing far into the distance. So I'm realizing that we're gonna have to make a debug shader to do that, to figure out what chunks we aren't seeing. What's my favorite case to write in? Obviously the case that I use, snake case. Only like, you're gonna hate it, you're gonna hate it, you're gonna hate it, you're gonna hate it, you're gonna hate it. Only Java programmers like camel case. Yeah, I said it. I don't know a single Java programmer that knows that snake case is better. Java programmers be like, I like coffee. Or this is their other favorite one, coffee is good. Because they love coffee, because it's Java. You recently refactored your code from camel case. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know you were saying that. So I was like, yeah, you're gonna hate it. You're gonna hate it. But yeah, snake case is just simply better. I was taught in school camel case when I went to computer science. They taught me camel case in Java. And so now, I mean, I just associate it with Java, but yeah. You have a flight in like 4 hours. Are you waiting for your flight? Ah, that sucks. Honestly, though, waiting for flights in airports is probably like the best vibe. That's a good vibe, you know? I don't know why I settled on the word vibe, but it felt right. It's a good vibe. It could have been in 10 minutes. Yeah, I hope your first day back at school was good or whatever the hell. I don't know if that was today or tomorrow. But my sister just went to school, so yeah. Alright. Also, it's pretty crazy that, like, all the way around the world, I don't know where you live, but it's obviously not the US, that spring break ends at the same time. Isn't that crazy to think about? That, like, different countries wouldn't have different, like, concepts around breaks, you know? Like, everybody has spring and summer break, and that's just the normal, you know, first world country way of going about it, I guess. I mean, that's kind of, I guess it makes some modicum of sense, but... Oh, you're not at the airport? Oh. Well, I'm usually the guy that just shows up at the airport like a billion years early just because I like sitting in an airport with that like good anxiety feeling. You know what I mean? There was one time where I actually went to the airport bar and bought like one of these, a beer for like $30 or whatever the fuck, because I don't understand why they make it that expensive, but that's just airport bar drink how it is. That experience was all right. I made bad waffles, drank like half the raw batter. That's so crazy. That's disgusting. Yeah, I mean, this is like adds every song. So we're just not gonna listen to that. Okay. Okay, so we need to figure out yeah, so we need to figure out, okay, so this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna do the little thing here. What is the little thing? Hold on, I'll answer in a second. We need the float quantized dist. Okay, so we need the distance minus the dist divided by the chunk size, and the chunk size should be exactly half of LOD dist. So float chunk size, or we could just do chunk world size and hard code it, because this is just a debug thing. This is actually 15. So we're flooring it divided by 15 so that it's integer space, and then you multiply it times 15 to get the amount. And then this is the... Actually, we could just use this and then decide the color based on that. Yes. This is the float quantized dist. And now... debug color, we have a radius of 10, so that's going to be quantized dist divided by 10, because that's the max radius. We're not seeing all through 10, we're only seeing up to a certain amount, so that's what I'm trying to figure out. If maybe we're out of VRAM and we don't even know it. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Okay. So, we just want to go color.rgb times debug color. Yeah. The batter was so good though. That's not what you should be saying. That's probably really bad. I don't, you know, like, you can't just, like, you know, be like, hey, I just, like, probably got a disease. Like, that's not okay. How are you allowed to do that? That sounds awful. That's just awful. That does sound awful. Oh fuck, I pressed the button. I pressed the fucking button. Okay, let's pretend like I didn't just press the button. Okay, but that didn't seem to actually be doing anything. So I probably... Okay, well... Okay, well that kind of is what we were thinking. Surely this isn't one chunk. So that's what I'm thinking. So 0, 1, 2, 3. So it's only 3 and then those in the distance. So 4. So that's the only the radius is 1, 2, 3, 4. Why is everything in dark? Yeah, I don't know why this got to be black, but I think it was probably something that I did with this debug color is just 0 at the start. It's 0 at the start. Quantize dist divided by 10, right? And we're sure that this is... Chunk world size might actually not be 15. I don't actually think it is. I think it's 20. I was testing out with 20. Yeah, it is. But I don't think that matters. Also, BC exclamation point. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Okay, well that just proved it to me that we're only seeing with the we're only seeing 4 chunks in the distance, which is really not what you want to see. We're only seeing 1, 2, 3, and that's 4 over there. Yeah, I have a feeling we're out of VRAM. That's what I have a feeling about. Now, how do I actually query that? I've zero fucking clue. You just keep gnawing on it? How do you not feel pain from that? Yeah. Or, well, no, this should be this. Yeah, that should just be that. We shouldn't have multiplied it by 20. But that wouldn't matter. That wouldn't matter. I've a few questions. I think... Okay, here's my question. What if we change the resolution for everything to 4? And then see how far we go. You have braces? That's really sad. That sounds really gross, to be honest. Yeah, that's pretty gross. I always hate it when I get those. I don't get them a lot nowadays, but when I was young, I got them like a lot. Like all the time. I don't know why. I don't know why. I think that's something that happens though. You get them less as you get older or something. Okay, no. It's the same thing. Even with 4. which is really, really small. Unless we're allocating for a lot, but are we in hell now? That's what I'm asking. We should see very far into the distance, but we aren't. And so I'm wondering if it's the amount of... What happens if I put those fours? That's the amount of resolution. So each chunk would be 2,000 cubed. In terms of cells. And that's 15 vertices per. So that's 2,000 by 2,000 by 2,000 times 15. Times however many chunks we have. So that would be a big number. It'd be probably like a fairly large number. This is max chunks is 400. And that's just integers though. That's just integers though. How about this? If we think that it's a VRAM thing, then we can just get rid of everything that isn't in use right now for the space simulation stuff. And then just see, because none of this stuff is in use, and then just see if it's a VRAM thing. Computer would definitely, it would go kaboom. Getting that fog going? I mean, I don't really know if I'd call it fog. It's more like doomsday. Dustmite, what would I do if I accidentally stranded 2 people on the moon with no fuel to get back? What would you do? Or what would I do? Like, you know, like what would the moral... Like, are you, in this situation, are you on the ship back? Or are you, like, at mission control and you fucked up? Are you gonna get sued? I don't know what the situation is there. I like, you know, are you NASA or what? I don't really know. I don't really know the answer. Okay, so I don't think it's a VRAM thing. I'm not gonna lie, I feel like with 4 we should be seeing pretty far. No matter what. So yeah. I'm gonna go ahead and say that I don't think it's a VRAM thing anymore. How are we gonna debug this? So when we add new chunks, we have to somehow... I have to see which chunks we're adding, and I need to see... I'm assuming that it's not this, because I tried this last night. I tried commenting this out, and it didn't work. So I also checked the list of all of the chunks at LOD3, and we have like 300 chunks. I just don't know where they are, if, you know. I don't think that we're drawing all of them. It's Zasa? Got it. Yeah, I mean, I wonder what happens if, like, a spaceship blows up. Can you sue NASA? Like, the family? Or what? I feel like you gotta sign some, like, paper that says, hey, if it blows up, it's alright. There's, like, something like that. Right? I feel like that's something that you gotta do before you get on the spaceship or whatever. Alright, we gotta actually print them out. We're gonna print out the jobs. That's what I decided we're gonna have to do, unfortunately. I hate to do this to you, but we have to do it. And it sucks because now we're just gonna have to do a bunch of reading, unfortunately. And do some math probably too. Actually, hold on. Before we do this, let's actually calculate the dist to center. Let's do dist from the center, the separator to the center pause. This is actually, you gotta do the IVEC3 dist. Yeah. And then you just put this on there. Okay. Oh yeah. I was watching some League of Legends last night. Some professional League of Legends. It always you know, it's like my comfort thing to watch. Alright. This is the type of performance that I like to see in a dustmite application. Yes. Okay, so let's just like sit here. Okay, I don't see any jobs that are happening. The job market is just awful here. I thought C was fast or something. It's because we're printing out about like 2 billion lines a second. We're printing all of this out in one frame. That would be why. Okay, so the dist to the center. So these are all the jobs that we have before we stop. And then we stop having jobs. So all of them are like 300 to 400. Obviously the ones further have worse score. What's interesting is this one is, oh no, they are in order. No, they aren't. No, they aren't. Are these not in order? Why are they not in order? That's not good. That's really not good. That is not good at all. And I do this the same way. I vic3 dist. Can I censor that word, please? What? Oh, job? Yeah. That's funny. That is funny. Job, and we're not talking about the Bible. Or was he Job? Is that how you pronounce it? Job? Okay, so all of this is 12.7, 12.8, 12.9. But we don't even get any jobs. once we stop, we stop getting jobs. So we have all of these jobs. Huh. Obviously, 12.8 should be executed here. Negative 300, 420, negative 300. Hold on a second. I use job data as J. Oh, I'm supposed to be using jobs I. Yeah, that's what I was supposed to be doing. My bad, my bad, my bad. Still concerning is that we find no jobs there though. So I was wrong on the debug there, but the fact that we stop finding jobs is concerning. And the fact that it's not the 0 list is also concerning. So we find a ton of jobs when we're moving, but then we stop finding them when we're stopped, but we're still iterating over the entire volume. I heard from a wise man say that comments in code should be non-existent unless it's really comment code complex, because code should be self-explanatory. I agree. As a lazy person, putting comments everywhere is also like, when I was young or whatever, I would like commenting it because it made me feel like smart or whatever. But comments don't actually help me understand the code at all. It's really just for other people. Comments would not help me, fix this bug. Let me tell you, I know what every line is doing here. It would not be helping me. Have I seen Pirate Software's code? Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. I think like half of, I don't want to be a dick, but like there's like, it's like an 80-20 thing with game programmers, right? Where it's like there are people that make games and then the other 20% are programmers that make games, There are people that make really good games, but they're not programmers, And so the other 20% are programmers that make games. And honestly, the programmers that make games kind of probably make shittier games. Like fucking Jonathan Blow. No, I like The Witness. I just, whatever. Okay, so I have a question here. We use the chunk hash based on the position, this chunk position. And I wonder if we're getting already done for chunks that we didn't finish somehow. I wonder. How am I going to debug that though? We can go like if already done. If LOD level equals 3, since that's what we're worried about right now. And let's just print out the center. Would you rather have unlimited bacon but no more video games? Unlimited games but no more games? That's a really philosophical one there. I don't really know. I have no clue. That one's hard. I think probably unlimited games but no more games. Because then I could be like, you know, all like fucking, I don't know, Heideggerian about the whole thing, and then we can start talking about like the Dasein and all that. That would be really cool. Oh god, the fucking thing is coming off of my glasses again. That's really annoying. Okay. So we have the chunk pause that we're going to be printing out, but I need to know more, I think. Let's just get the disk to center. Let's get the disk to center in there. What is my opinion on Richard Stallman and his Emacs cult? I think Richard Stallman is probably like the most based man to ever live. That's what I think. I think there's two types of people in this world. The Torvalds fans, and the Stallman fans. And I'm a Stallman fan. I think, you know, Linux is cool and all. But at the end of the day, I mean, Stallmanites, those are the guys. Those are the guys. Okay, we got a lot of jobs. We're actually saving the economy with the jobs, to be honest. We're kind of saving the whole goddamn economy. Okay, but like, this is too many jobs. We got too many jobs here. Okay. So we have an insane amount of jobs. We're saving the economy. And our lowest free is 12.7. And our jobs just never get there. I wonder how many frees we have. Do we have that debugged out? No, I don't have that anymore. This looks to be like about maybe 100, but we should have way more. Because threes should only be... This is like, yeah, we should have way more, I think. Okay, so it's not already done. It's just that 3 has broken links that are not getting added to the free list. Got it. Okay, so that's where I'm gonna focus now. So that those just aren't getting added to the free list. Probably here. Instead of going based on this, let's just go... Let's just go if it is child. Instead of doing this complicated thing. Yo, what's up, Prod? Congrats on the 19. I don't even know what Richard Stallman did except for GNU and Emacs and Libre software. Yeah, I mean, that's what he did, and it's awesome. I don't know. He believes in freedom from authoritarian bullshit. I'm with him 100%. I think the world would be a lot better without any of that shit. I like the concept of free software way more than open source software. Open source software at the end of the day just makes the rich richer. But free software actually is kind of you know, would change the world if it was adopted more, like conceptually, you know. Software that actually you're just allowed to modify, software that's you own, you know, that's completely your own. There's no licenses, there's no data collection, there's, you know, none of that within it, you know. Yeah, we don't pass children onto here. I would like to see what percent of... Okay, so let's do this. Let's count if L equals 3 and... yeah, so let's just make a child counter. Just for debugging purposes, let's just go child count plus plus, and then let's just see the ratio over here. So no, not free chunks, free count. No, not free chunks, free count. Okay, we don't need to be printing out the jobs. Just crumple up and die if a Rust told you that C sucks and Rust is faster and better. No, I wouldn't crumple up and die. In fact, I've been told that by many Rust developers before. And Zig developers before. In Discord servers and bullshit. And, you know, my response to that is, you know, you'll understand when you're older. That's my response to it. The reason why it's so buggy is because we have other stuff going on under the hood right now that I'm debugging. Okay, so what are our frees looking like? So child count 12, free 108. Okay, so we're missing a whole bunch. So 12 is actually the correct amount, but 108 is so small. So wait, how? Wait, that makes no sense. Oh, also free count is not only for 3 as well. So let me see. So 12, if we have 12, 12, so 12, this is completely reasonable. So 16 here, 12 children inside of here. Oh wait, we had this at 100 instead of 400. I did that at 356 before. I forgot to put that up. Think that people choose Rust and Zig is because they've been told that C is really hard when reality is C++. I don't think necessarily C++ is really that hard. It's just, there's just a lot inside of it. There's like a ridiculous amount of shit inside of a language. It's like got fucking everything you could ever think about inside of C++.
Turn AI, you know,
for that's why it's
into performance
annoying.
With HPE, where intent-based automation.
I'd say that Rust is harder than C++ to
to
some extent.
And every connection more secure. Unlock innovation.
Okay, this can see like a ring layer later, but it's still.
Tú también con antojitos de quesito, ¿ah?
Déjame probar esos cheesy hot and spicy.
Okay, we got through the ads. Alright, peace out, Zelda. Have a nice night. Okay. Okay, so we have 364 on the free list. So we just are never... I think our within frustum check is wrong. I think there are chunks behind us that are still being rendered and taking up space. So I think our within frustum check is wrong. I think this is wrong. Or at least for the freeze. Where are the freeze? So the freeze are here within frustum. Wait, hold on. This should be times. That should be times. Oh shit. This is meant to be multiplicative, so that things that are not within frustum get nothing. That was the attempt here. Yeah, and I replaced that with addition at some point because I was worried about it, but I guess I just never thought about it until now. Yeah, that might honestly be just it right there. I don't know why I got rid of that piece of code. That's I probably was like working on something and then I forgot to put it back. Okay, so it still doesn't work. Yeah, the reason why the stuff is, you know, being weird is obviously Yeah, the thing is, everything is saying that it's within frustum when I don't think it is. It's kind of hard to like know what is truly in frustum and what isn't though. Yeah. I wish that we could see what's behind us, you know. How am I gonna do this one? This is difficult. I might just have to look up another method to check against camera planes, I guess. I think that's probably what I have to do. Oh, this music is probably really fucking loud. Holy shit. Yeah, I had a feeling. Oh, sorry. sorry. The other thing was the standard intersection check tells you if it's visible. To check if the ABB is completely inside, you flip the normals. Calculate the positive negative vertex. Find the corner of the ABB furthest along the plane's normals and the one furthest against it, the negative vertex. Test the negative vertex. Yeah, that's basically what I do. I think that that's exactly what this is. Find the corner furthest along the direction of the plane's normals, the positive vertex, and the one furthest against it, the negative vertex. If the negative vertex is behind the plane, the entire box is behind the plane. Plane should be represented as normal distance pointing inside the frustum. Using the positive negative vertex method significantly reduces calculations. There's a unity function that has it. And it doesn't give us any example code. Thanks, Unity. Thanks, Unity. Yeah, I mean, I think I'm doing it correctly, but I think that that's not right. Yeah, maybe I put this on the back burner for now. I think that it's actually the frustum checking that's the problem. It's hard for me to test if that's the case. It's hard to know just based on numbers what's outside of the frustum. I mean, technically what we could print out is we could print out the direction that the camera is facing, and that would be able to tell us something, but, you know, let's try it. Let's just print out the forward vector of the camera. I doubt that this is going to tell us anything, but it'll at least tell us because the freezes are pretty much always within frustum. Either that, or they're getting through with 0 vertices. Just to be sure, what we could do is actually print out all of the vertex counts. I would have to read them back from the GPU though. I would have to read them back from the GPU. Alright, I mean, I guess I can do that and just like check if that's the case, because otherwise we're never gonna know. So we're just gonna map the buffer out for each LOD, I'll just map the buffer out with the vertex counts. Because we only do a 0 list for the we only do a 0 list for the ones that just got emitted. So let's just go to LOD max and check that, I guess. We need to do offset of this is inside of I need to remember the struct. What's it called? It is called no, it's actually not that. Do I not have a struct for this? Maybe I don't have a struct for this anymore. Either way, it is inside of chunk vertex offset, so density vertex data. So it's an offset of 0. So that's fine. So 0, and it's just times max chunks for each one. And then I need to know the boilerplate for this. I need to memcopy it and then unmap the buffer. And this is going to slow things down a lot because we're reading back heavily from the GPU, but okay. So we just want to go through all of them. Max chunks LODL. And since we're only caring about we only care about LOD3, let's just do LOD3, and let's we have to bind buffer the GL shader storage buffer of the what is this? It's chunk vertex data. It's vertex chunk data. It's chunk. Okay, what is it called? Density vertex data. Density vertex SPO. There we go. Okay, so now all we need to do is. Oh, right. I need to pass L. Okay, so we just want to print out the I and the count for each one. Okay, and that will tell us what the vertex counts are inside of the freeze. It's not going to be in the same order, but maybe we should get it in the same order. And just use it there. Yeah, that's what I'll do. Let's just do this. Hard code this out. Fuck you. Okay. V counts. Why are we mad? Ah, that's why we're mad. Okay, so now we just index into it here and print it out with this. So freeze, so this is going to be v counts, freeze, or just IDX. Yeah. Okay, so now we have the vertex counts. It was slightly painful to write it out, but whatever. Okay, so let's just see what the vertex counts are and prove that they aren't 0. Because if they are 0, then we have just like dead chunks floating around. Which is entirely possible at this point. Okay. So let's take a look here. Okay, all of them are, say, 0, which is confusing to me. All of them are 0. Which I don't think should be possible, because we are seeing things. I'm using the Add White on Mono font right now. So, it's not on that list, I think. Okay. Let's see the index. Just to make sure that I'm not going crazy here. But that does seem pretty insane. Let's also just iterate this like this. That should not be the case. Unless, oh, these might get zeroed. These might get zeroed. We might have to read out straight from the indirect buffer. Yeah, those might get zeroed. I think they get zeroed at the beginning of every frame, possibly. Yeah, I zeroed them. Okay, so that's my bad. Okay, so that's this is going to be a little bit more complicated because the indirect buffer exists per thing. So what you would have to do is you would have to actually GL get buffer sub data. You would have to GL bind buffer the indirect buffer inside of here. It's the indirect buffer, and it's the it's going to be 3 always here, and it's going to have the index of IDX. And now we want to get the subdata from shader storage buffer, and we want to get an offset of. That's the tricky part, is I have to think about the indirect buffer struct itself. Where is the count? Oh, it's right at the beginning, so you can actually just do 0. And it's uint, right? And we just need... Okay. So instead of mapping the V counts out, we should have just did this. But I was lazy. I don't know why. This is actually faster. It was faster to write than the other map buffer range. Okay, so let us see what this tells us instead. Okay, so let's take a look at what we see here. We still see zeros all the way down. Actually, 186, 150, 126, 156. A lot of zeros. Okay, so that proves my point. Okay, well this is good, because now we know what the problem is. The problem is we have a lot of chunks with zeros inside of them that don't get cleared via zero. The zero thing. They should get freed. ID 0 doesn't equal -1? Yeah, the tricky thing is, I think that this is too restrictive and it's not getting through. Here's a question. Let's just try to get rid of this. So children should not be able to get cleared by the zero list, because if we like miss links between children and parents, then it could get pretty messy. The thing is that none of these are children, though. They're all parents. So, yeah. Okay. So they don't get caught by the list, by the zero list. Here we replace everything with -1, so there's nothing strange going on there. We read out here and this is completely fine. Huh. Here's a question. What if we never... What if we just let this go to, like, really big? Like, is it that we're running out of space in the zero list? Maybe? Because, I mean, the zero list, like, logically works fine. It's like, it's a chance that something, like, weird is going on the GPU side with it that's ruining everything. It's like some small chance that that's happening. That, like, for some reason, maybe an alignment issue or something, that reading the buffer out, you know. Oh, shit. Okay, well, that was the bug. Okay, obviously... Okay, so that was the bug. However, we now have these problems with all of these blank spaces. And when we turn our head, all of the geometry that is in LOD3 dies. And doesn't get repopulated. Everything becomes free and doesn't get replaced. Because the free list says that it should not be replaced. Okay. Got it. Okay, so the free list was just too small. That's the problem. We didn't have enough space inside of the hash. So now I increased it to an incredible amount, and now it works. For those of us that don't know here what the free list, what the zero list is it's a hash table of all chunks that were proven to have 0 vertices inside of them at a certain LOD level, so that we can skip over creating them again. That's the point. They're getting added when we turn our head and they get freed. Let's go and not let's make sure that it isn't free already. That would probably be good. If it isn't free, that would probably be nice. The goal here is to get nothing with 0 inside of it. That's the goal. I think that that's just kind of what I want to check here. Also, this is a massive amount. You probably don't want that many. 1 million should be enough. 1 million chunks. You don't want to go overboard there. Okay, let's try this one more time here. Let's try it one more time. I scared the fuck out of my cat earlier. I put some dishes in the dish rack and it made like a 3-tone sound, like doo doo doo, and so I have like this thing where whenever I hear a sound I have to like say it. I have to like replicate it or whatever, like when it's like a tone, and so I just like did it really loudly and I wasn't really like thinking because no one else was there, and then I turn around, like I was just like do do do, and then like I turn around and my cat is there and he's just like horrified. He's like looking at me like, what the fuck is wrong with you? I can't really defend that one. I was just like, I can't really defend that one. Yeah, it is strange. It's like when we delete stuff, like this stuff is added to the 0 list right in front of us. For sure. So let's just test this out. Let's just test out this here. Let's go over here and then let's just like whip it real good, and then let's see what we just added to the 0 list. Did we? Yeah, all of these guys are free, but we don't refill them. Also, the camter is not very helpful. Yeah, like so many of them are free. Huh, maybe it's because we just don't have enough room in the other ones. No. Maybe we just don't have, we just literally don't have enough. I'm trying to see back where we added to the 0 list. It should say. I don't see it though. Yeah, we create meshes here, fine. The good thing is that we don't have any zeros in these anymore. We have zeros, we have no zeros anymore. Maybe bumping up the count will help. We have so many frees and we're not filling them up. Don't know why that could be happening. I think, I don't know. Glad that we figured out the main bug though. Now it's just figuring out the rest. Yeah, like that ring is super confusing. That ring that happens there. It has to be, that has to be LOD 3. Like this is 1, 2, 3, I think. LOD 0, 1, 2, 3. I think so. I should have just like done them by color, to be honest. The zero list does not appear to be working properly. Huh. Okay, so the free thing doesn't work. The thing that we do when it's free doesn't work. Maybe I do need this. Things are getting added to this that don't need to be added to this. There are chunks at LOD level 3, but that are close. Why would that be happening? Let's go back to color coding this. Let's go back to color coding it. Why would that be happening? That's hard. That's hard. Maybe I shouldn't be doing it here. Maybe this is a bit sketchy. What other flags do I touch here? I only set active to false. Hold on. I'm trying to look up if HH. I'm wondering if UT-hash has a problem with having two tables with different keys. Let's see what... Each table a struct belongs to requires its own dedicated UT hash handle. So maybe I need another hash handle. Maybe the bug is not with my code, but with how I'm doing the hashing. Let's do HH1 and HH2. Oh no, that's within. That's within that. Oh. Okay, so let's do something here. Let's do this. Let's start zeroing it. Everything gets zeroed when we put it in. I think that if it's different tables, then it shouldn't matter. Shouldn't matter. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to do this on job creation instead of during that point. I think just like do it during job creation. Right before we're about to emit a job instead. Right when we're about to emit a job, just do this. Continue. Let's try this. This way it never gets down there, and we never have to have that funky logic with it. Oh. There we go. Okay, let's give that a shot. That way we never get to the end. We just never push jobs if they're in the list. that will make it easier to debug too. Yeah, I think it might be something funky happening with the hash rather than something with me. I don't know. Or maybe just like how I'm using the hash rather than anything like logical. Why am I just like, what? See? Yeah, that just happened again. Yeah, it is just literally LOD3. It is only LOD3 that gets that's funky like that. Is there anything that I did earlier that would cause that? Yeah, this is not going to tell us anything. Actually, no, it's telling me now that everything is 0. That can't be right. Or maybe it is right. Maybe I literally can't do that. I think that that's probably what it is, but yeah, that might be it. That I can't do that, but I mean, it's still, even regardless, this isn't gonna solve the behavior that I'm seeing. We're skipping over free chunks too. Maybe I should do children. But freeing children is such a slippery slope, man. No, yeah, I don't think we do children. That's why it's important to set everything to free, but I do set everything to free. Maybe I should recursively do parents and children here. Like, this is how it used to be, but that sounds pretty horrifying, to be honest. to do that. If we see any chunks in 3 that have negative 99, then it's bad. We should never have any free chunks, really. Yeah, this looks fine for a second until you realize this ring is here. Like, what is that ring about? And then we just run out of chunks. It's weird that it keeps chunks from where we came from. We ended up with so many frees. Where was our camera pause? Cam pause was 784, 133, 19. So right on top of us. There's the first 3. So that is really close. That was probably the top job. I wonder if that was 0 after we got through though. I wonder if it's creating the same ones every time. And then they're all 0. 840, 140, 40. And then over here, it's the same thing. It's 840, 140, 40. The top job is 840, 140, 40. So it's creating the meshes every frame. And then it comes back on the 0 list. 840, 140, 40 would be at the top. Well, actually, it's not going to show up. I actually don't see any 840 here. So if it gets freed, then why isn't it on the free list? Oh, no, I'm looking at the wrong, yeah, it's 840, 140, yeah. And I'm sure if you look here for 840, 140, 40, yeah. So it's getting created every frame, and then, and then uncreated every frame. Hey, what's up, Nigma? What am I doing? Oh, sorry, I was in another tab. I was reading some stuff. I'm looking at some debug here. So basically, we have the chunking system, and right now, we are creating the same chunks every frame and then freeing them, because they come back with 0 vertices, and we aren't catching them in the 0 list. I'm going to guess that this was a bad decision. That's what I'm gonna guess. I'm gonna guess that you need it down here, and the reason why you need it down there is because you need it down here because this is our final LOD level after we've already checked everything. So I think you need this LOD level rather than anything else. However, this still wasn't working though, but maybe it's some other problem. It's a crazy optimization. How do I compress it to that degree? What do you mean? What optimization? Tired as hell, but well, here we go. Using 5 hours of my life. Yeah, yeah. Strap in, I guess. The hash table, is that where you're? The chunk mesh having yeah. That's very true. Okay, so this is back to this state. See, this still has this issue though, where when you turn around, it just doesn't do anything. It just keeps creating them and then freeing them. Creating meshes and then freeing them. It just frees every single one of them. and it frees them correctly because 0 is actually the vertex count that we get out. We do get 0. Like, look at this. We get 0. So the fuck? We have to, like, that has to be us getting 0 out. Like, we create the meshes, all of these meshes, and then we just get zeros out. 403 zeros. Everything has zeros. Except for one chunk. That probably... Huh. Yeah, dude. I have... That's if k doesn't equal -1. Okay, let's see some debug printouts here. We only want that inside of here. However, that doesn't tell us anything because, I mean, maybe it would. Maybe k is -1 somehow. Maybe it is. I assert this though. I have an assertion for k doesn't equal -1. I have an assertion there. Yeah, having no mouse is pretty. You don't have like a spare one in like some box or something. Like whenever my mouse dies, I've got backup shitty mice. You know what I mean? I've got backups. I've got backups. I'm losing my mind. How do we emit these with zero vertices? Maybe k is -1, but this is asserts doesn't equal -1. Unless it's a replacement. So no, it wouldn't be a replacement. It's a brand new. So this would have to go down here 100%. So I have an assertion here. Okay, I guess let's see it. Backups for everything. Yeah, I've got backup flash drives. Yeah, USB cables. You do not have go catch a mouse. Yeah. Yeah, I've got like tons of cables. I hoard cables. All types of cables. The cable I don't have though is a VGA to I want a VGA to HDMI. That would be nice. I don't have that cable. Okay, so tell me what's happening internally right here. So like what's going on here? So we are creating meshes. We're creating a lot of meshes. We got more meshes than I don't know. We got like an insane amount of meshes. But they're just coming back as 0. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. Here's what I'm gonna do. No, but the thing is that this us setting this vertex counts. It's what we're reading. We're reading the zeros. So one must think. Here's a good question. Do we have these uniforms? Set up properly? We have. So let's just take a look. Zero chunk ID size, global chunk ID, new chunk, LOD. Okay. Okay, here's a question. Let's always bind buffer base no matter what. Let's always bind buffer base no matter what. That's what I'm thinking. Do a command buffer barrier bit. That's perfect. That is perfect. Paris didn't, London didn't, yeah. You should see New York though. I think New York has you beat on that one, to be honest. Based on my experience with the rats, bro. Alright, I'm down to give that a shot and see. We're just coming back with 0 vertices. Okay, here's a good test. How about this? How about this? Maybe. No, it's not. It's not that. Maybe just the resolution is too low. Like, I mean, maybe that's just crazy talk, but like. Let's try a higher resolution. How about that? The simple delay from ASCII assembly. I'm glad that I'm holding it together for you. I feel like your experience of the stream is the opposite of my emotion. I suffer for the art. I don't really know if it's really necessary, but one day I'm gonna release my space simulation, and then I'm gonna get rich and famous so that I can just like sit here and stream even more. That's gonna be awesome, right? Okay, so believe it or not, that seemed to like make it better for like 10 seconds. But yeah, it still does the exact same thing. Okay, so new theory that I'm having here. New theory that I'm having here is what if you should decide that you don't want to be by my side and fucking what the Coldplay song? Dude, what if we're just out of VRAM? And it's like that bad. What if we're out of VRAM? Like, I didn't really consider that. I'm gonna hit the big leagues? I don't think so. I honestly have no idea what I'm doing with my life. Yeah. I mean, facts. So true. I'm never gonna hit the big leagues. I'm too niche. It's unfortunate, you know. I think we might be out of VRAM. I think that might be the... What was that about? What? How did I seg fault that? I made smaller things and then I seg faulted on smaller things. Yeah, I think we're out of VRAM. That's my thought. I mean, maybe not actually. Dude, it's like bro. Like, surely we can do a little bit better than like the like 2 different blue guys here. Like, surely. You're not niche, I'm nice, and the niceness is simply glowing across the shadows. That's based. See, and look at this. We're making ones every frame, and they're coming back as zeros. Okay. Okay, new theory. new theory, the zero list, this isn't working. The chunk hash isn't working. The zero chunk hash isn't working. That's my new theory. Okay. New idea here. Let's just make the key all have the LOD of 3. Everything has the LOD of 3, and we only match on it at 3. Effectively removing LOD from the key entirely. That's what I'm thinking. If I'm a betting oh shit. You know what I just realized? I just realized something really bad here. This is not supposed to be a chunk pause. I copied it and pasted this wrong. Yeah. So that one's my bad. That one's on me. That one is on me completely. That one is my bad. Yeah, I copied and pasted that to somewhere else to debug, and then I copy and pasted it back, and I forgot to change the name of that variable. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, so now we're back to shitty. Okay, but okay, see, so you see the problem here? Do you see the problem here? Like, you do indeed see the problem here. Like, it's not just me that has a problem with this. Like, we gotta be 100% honest here. Like, what the fuck is going on, man? What is that about? Huh? Okay, so this is working now. Because now we only have this one freed. This is the only one with 0 vertices. But now the free list is taken up. Oh. Okay, so now, okay. So now basically, okay. But is that really, we have, it says that, okay. Okay, maybe this is, I don't know. Like, once I push up the values, it like starts, it like looks like it's working, and then it just turns out that it's just, I think I messed up the mesh for the unloading range. I don't know. I think it's, I don't know. The thing is, it's only yeah, I mean, it might be the frustum thing, but like further ones are have more priority. The tricky part is that I have a 0 hash, right, of all chunks that have zeros. So every chunk that gets rendered that has 0 vertices gets put into a hash. However, I think what that hash is doing is it's just making things 0. Like, this is just getting 0. That's what I think. Like, here we have so many frees, but we have no jobs. We have no jobs to this stuff is out of frustum. All of this stuff is completely free. So we should be filling that, right? But we aren't because we get 0 jobs. We get 0 jobs all come through, and that's because it gets rejected. I'm like assuming that it gets rejected by this, so we can actually let's just print out the job rejection. All the jobs that get rejected, just like print that out. And the dist to center and the score, just so that we can make sure that this is happening. Yeah, it's the chunk grid. Yeah. It's not a pure distance thing. It has to do with the hash for the 0 list 100%. There is a hash table for chunks that have 0 vertices, obviously because chunks in the sky, right? And chunks under the ground, right? That don't have 0, that have 0 vertices. We need to keep track of those. So we have a running hash for them. However, obviously, it is obviously this is 0 when it shouldn't be. So that's what it is. And obviously we can see that here because these jobs that all of these got printed out, all of these got rejected by the 0 list. All of them. Every single one of these. This is thousands, right? Some with a very high score. There's no way to look through all of them, right? But this is 1 frame, by the way. That's 1 frame. Yeah, that's 1 frame. So that's like 4,000 chunks. So there's no way to look through all of them. But yeah. What am I working on? Yeah, so I'm just debugging this. So basically at every time we get into a new frame, I look at the chunks that we emitted last frame, and if they have 0 vertices and they're a valid chunk that we just emitted, then I add them to a hash table that tracks which ones have 0 vertices, so that the next time when we create that chunk, we know not to emit it again, right? There is a tricky thing here though, where due to hash collisions and things, I think we are losing it somehow. What is this key? What is this key? What is this key? Oh, this is the field. This is the field. It's fine. That's the field. Yeah, it's fine. Instead of hashing just to debug it, what I could do is just put it in an array again and just see if it's the hash specifically. I don't think it is. I have a feeling it has to do with this new list -1 funky shit that I've got going on, because this replaces it. We bind it, and then sub data it, LOD max times max chunks. We just give it -1s. I think it might be janky though, and for some reason the thing might just not be working. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. I have an idea here. Let's just simply, instead of doing this, just for debugging purposes, let us get a count. This is gonna be extremely expensive, but we need to I'm just going to get buffer sub data, because I don't want to sit here forever, keep doing this. We need to just debug it and stop, just shooting in the dark. The offset is going to be the offset is the hard part, because we have to calculate a moving offset. So this is why I didn't want to do this. So the offset will be start at the beginning of the array. And now we have to add at the end of each LOD, the offset needs to add, fuck, it's so complicated. Let's not do that. Just read the whole thing out. Let's just read the whole thing out. So let's just do, we're just gonna read and we'll just read it straight into new list. Oh wait, but no, this is just the exact same thing. No, I need to read it. Oh yeah, so I need to read it per. Okay, so then I just wrote the exact same code. Just do GL bind buffer. We have to bind it per thing here, which is why this is expensive. We need to bind buffer, shader storage buffer. We need the indirect buffer indexed by LI. And now we just need to GL buffers, GL get buffer sub data from GL shader storage buffer, offset of 0, int. So we're just going to read out everything manually. Okay, so instead of new list, we're just going to read count equals 0. And if there is 0 vertices, now we know 100% that there is 0 vertices there. However, this is going to be like 5 FPS. But I need to debug it so that I know. Because I think it's some funky bullshit with reading that buffer back and sending it -1s. I think that's what it is. I think that's what it is. Incredibly slow. Interesting. Yeah, so this range around us still and now nothing. I did change that to match on it with everything, right? No, I didn't. Okay, let's get rid of the size of the hash table, I guess. Let's try that. We don't need generation. We don't need generation. I guess I have another reason to hate VS Code because they get easy. Yeah. VS Code sucks. That's why, yeah, exactly. I don't need a mouse. That's the best part about Helix. No mouse. No Stuart Little. Fuck. Yeah, I don't know anymore. Now I'm kind of out of it. I literally don't get it right now. This should not be that complicated of a problem. It should not be that difficult. And we're taking it straight from the indirect buffer, so that's definitely correct now. Has to be correct. Technically this should be uint32t, but it wouldn't change anything if it's 0. I guess to cheat right now, I could just put this code right after we emit it. Right after we emit it. We could do this code right after we emit it, but it's kind of annoying though. Like, I don't want to do that. At this point, it's like so much code that we're writing just to debug. It's kind of ridiculous. So that's why I'm kind of in a bad mood about it. But yeah, technically we could write this here. What editor? I use Helix. I use Helix. You're just gonna write your own? Alright. I like Helix, it's pretty good. Has always served me well. Yeah, I'm starting to get a bit ticked off with this, to be honest. We're just gonna read straight from the indirect buffer. So I have to do this as well, and then if the count is 0, then we do that. So now right after we emit it, then we do this, and we don't wait until next frame. So let's just test if this works. Yeah, I mean, it's fair. It's just the tokenization for Helix Helix is pretty great, to be honest. It was very difficult for me to actually replicate in when I tried to make my own version of Helix. So it's definitely a lot more than meets the eye because of the tokenization for selecting words. It's actually like kind of complicated. Okay, so this is like unbelievably, undeniably, incredibly shitty. I press E so it's seg faulted. Yeah, I've got to unbind that fucking button. So why would this not work? And why would that not work? Chunk ID is definitely, yeah. I've got no fucking clue why that doesn't work. Let's see the index count, I guess. The vertex count. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's fairly easy to make your own. I would recommend at least testing it out though, just to see, maybe you might like it. It's pretty good. Maybe like no buffer sub data, anything, just like I don't know anymore. Like I don't know what is happening anymore. Why? Maybe I don't. Maybe I need a memory barrier before I do that. Maybe I need a. I do have a barrier. I do have a barrier. Yeah. I feel like. Yeah. Vim and Helix are pretty nifty for being able to do it without a mouse for sure. Oh god, this is really pissing me off, dude. Man. This is bothering me. Like, should really not be that this complicated. Like, I'm sure that we're doing all of the jobs that we're, yeah, I mean, but we're not even getting getting zero jobs at 0, so I mean, this should free both the child and the parent every fucking time. Like, it should not. Delete chunk hash should take care of it. Unless it's not doing it. I don't know. Like, this is annoying. How is it 0 when it comes out? Like, how is the count 0 every time? How's the debugging going? It's alright. It's just, I'm just getting zeros back from the vertex counts when I should not be getting that. I should not be getting... I think maybe the trick is that this is not actually deleting the chunk hash. We can check it here. If we call delete on something that we don't find, then this gets triggered. So we could check if that gives us anything. Let's stop printing out all of the jobs. Because obviously it's a problem with the hash, I guess. I don't know. Yeah, I have a feeling that we're not deleting things from the hash here. Or that freeing the parent and freeing the child isn't working here. Even though they should all be linked. GTF8 stuff. Yeah, I don't know. The wide strings are cursed. I don't even know how to debug this at this point. I don't know. The trick is that it happens when I turn around, right? So that's the trick. Also, we don't have any red. It gets stuck back there and then doesn't get freed. The fact that it disappears when you turn around obviously means that we're freeing things, then putting them on the zero list. Even though they should already be freed. It doesn't make any fucking sense. Whatever to the PS1 style project. Nothing really happened to it. I just stopped working on it because I don't know. It also wasn't like supposed to be necessarily like a PS1 engine. It just kind of ended up looking like that. But yeah, that game engine, I don't know. I got to a point after I like did animations and stuff where I just wasn't having fun with it, and so I kind of shelved it for now. You know, there's a lot of code that went into that, but obviously, yeah. Obviously, I know a lot of people liked it, but I don't know. I wasn't really enjoying it after some point. You got i3? Nice. Yeah, I love i3. I don't really do anything fancy with it. I just like it right out of the box. It's nice. Yeah, I have no clue how to figure any of this out at this point. If I do it right after we create the mesh, then there should really be no issue if these two functions work, which they absolutely should. Let's test something. Let's just not do the zero hash. Let's just not do the zero hash and then see if this, if we have stuff. It'll be like incredibly slow, but at least we can see. Simple image editor within a text editor. VS Code being any. Yeah, that would be cool. Looks sweet. That's awesome that you're working on that. That's awesome that you're working on that. Yeah. I don't know. I was making a game engine rather than like a game specifically, so I don't know. I just realized that I don't know. The cool parts about the engine was that it was built really for speed and to work on low end hardware, right? And so I kind of just ended up realizing that I don't think that was something that anybody wanted to use. So, like for me, that was just kind of what ended up happening with it. Yeah, so it actually has nothing to do with it has to do with this. That's the problem. With freeing it and deleting the hash. I don't really know why. Do we find creating new child mesh? We don't actually. Yeah, I didn't see that there was, because once we free it, if I had to guess, when we delete chunk hash, it's not working. Delete chunk hash isn't working. That's what I think. That's what I think. I think that we still are inside of the hash, and that's why we're not emitting at 0 and 1. It's not necessarily burnout, as I kind of wanted to work on other things. Like, in my opinion, this project is already, like, you know, in my opinion, is a lot cooler than that. You know, I think now that I know a lot more about programming and stuff, I think it's not like the worst thing in the world to like get rid of something that, I don't know, when I can work on other things that are, you know, as much as it gets boring. Yeah, exactly. I don't really like the term burnout. I don't like any of the terms like technical debt or whatever. Like, I just kind of, if I'm not having fun with the project, then I'm just not going to keep doing it necessarily, you know? Just me personally. I need to know if we ever called delete on something that isn't in the hash table. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, burnout is is something that I think happens when there's like some pressure to do something for sure. So yeah, I agree with that. I don't really get burnout from like personal projects, you know. I get burnout like from jobs, you know. That is definitely real. I think burnout happens when you don't really want to truly do something, you know. But with your own projects, I think it's something that I've found is like really good is knowing when to stop. Okay, so there we exited. It took a while before that happened, but yeah. We did no deletion hash found, which probably means that the hash was still in there. Those are already integers, so there should be no... This is all integers, so... I was wondering, like, maybe there's a rounding error coming in here or something. But I don't think so. This delete trunk hash has to work, or else the entire thing doesn't work, you know. Because obviously this is getting called in free child and free parent is getting called with this. And so if delete chunk hash isn't working, then that's probably pretty bad. Also, we should probably be deleting chunk hash for the current thing as well. For the current, yeah. Yeah, we never did that. This should technically be here as well before we replace it. We should be doing this. And we should also be doing it for LED +1 CF. Wanted to say no, but said yes. For no good reason. I'm so over it already. Yeah, totally. Totally get that. I struggle with, you know, other people's projects too. I've never really been able to work really well with others, to be honest. Just yeah. That's kind of my own thing, but yeah, I totally get that. Totally get that. Gotta say, a bug like this really makes you feel a little modicum of burnout, huh? I think that we only have chunk hashes for parents, and that's the reason why I never did this. But if that's the case, then this is deleting chunk hashes no matter what for parents and children. So maybe we only do this when we're doing parents, actually. Maybe that's a part of it. If count is 0 and it isn't a child, then we delete it. I mean, that should be pretty solid. I don't know. I don't know why that would be a problem. The problem is that we're deleting things and then it's not getting deleted from the hash table. For some reason we just don't find it, and so what happens then is that we think that we have chunks that we actually don't anymore because we freed them. So does Unity devs deserve better? Yeah, that's ridiculous. I mean, I struggle because of nuclear is 31,000 lines of code in a single header file that every time I compile it, I have to wait through this. So I understand the pain. Hey Luca, it's all right. I'm having as you can see, the fact that the whole world is blue, you already can get keyed into what the fuck is happening now. Just we're not having like the greatest of times. It was the best of times. It was the worst of times. I think it's like something like that. Okay, but we fixed this shit. Where we can turn around now. That's actually really good. That's good. Okay. So that makes me feel good. What doesn't make me feel good is that the center is still getting left behind. Which really, like, that can't be good. That cannot be correct. So apparently this was the fix. Now I'm kind of wondering if we need to do that elsewhere. Like, we might have to do this actually everywhere we have LODK here. Because here LODK is the one that always gets repurposed. I don't remember what this is doing. So we're freeing this. So we should also free this here. Yeah, we should also free that. Oh my god, using the mouse? Oh, what a loser. And we also need to free this because this is getting completely demolished. And then this one is the one that you don't free. Because this one... This one becomes the child, and so this one has to be the parent. So you don't really want to free this one from the hash table. You don't want to do that. And then here we free child and free parent for LODK. LODK is always going to be the one that we are doing from scratch. So we do that for the old LODK center, and then we just replace it with the new. Yeah. Your own IMGUI liver? That's awesome. Yeah, I had my own UI library for the game engine, but it's really not modular, and it also ended up being like 11,000 lines already, and it wasn't really even completely finished, so it would have really not saved me a lot of time on compiles, unfortunately. I don't know why I wanted like sliders that moved as you interacted with them. I don't know what my brain was going with for that one. Because my answer for that was because I thought it would be cool. That was my point with that. I thought it would be cool. You know. Like a slider button and some text rendering. Rule of cool, is that the rule? Okay. But the red is not moving with us. Okay, the fact that the blue is moving with us makes me feel like pretty confident here. But that red not going where it needs to go is really bothering me. You really hate to see it. You really hate to see it. It's because we're running out of slots at LOD 0. Because when we free things here, they aren't getting freed. Like if I get rid of this, we'll be fine, right? Also, it's pretty funny. All of these are getting emitted with zeros because we don't have a free list. Oh, actually, you know what's probably happening? We probably just don't have a free list, and so it's just never iterating anything new. So that's probably what's happening. Okay, so then in this case, let's add to the zero hash and then give it a shot now that we fixed that bug. Because I hope that that's the problem. Yeah, I mean, as long as you have your own UI library, then that's probably like pretty solid. I should have made mine simpler so that I could have something so that I didn't have to use nuclear anymore. But for the game engine, my like, you know, I was like, I wanted everything to be like, oh, you could, you know, make anything, you know, ever or whatever. But obviously that isn't very practical. Okay, so yeah, it's back to working. Okay, and how far oh my god, I think we've done it. Okay, the problem is that that is not. Yeah, so the fact that there's no LOD 0, the red is LOD 0 or green, or you know, one of those two. So LOD 3 is what we were trying to fix today, and now it's fixed. It's perfect. It's flawless. Now that is not flawless. That part, you hate to see it. Okay, so we fixed the bug, but then we created another bug. Which is like really not. That is like, to be honest, that just makes me really want to cry right now. Like, I don't know. Maybe we put this one after the D's because we have that in the after anyway, but it just doesn't change anything. I suppose that you got. Yeah, I've been working on it. Not sure how Unity compiles. Yeah, I don't really know how any of that stuff. I've never really used any of their any other engines, to be honest. Well, that's kind of like good advice. If I had to give good advice to someone, before making your own thing, use other people's things. I don't know why I made a game engine before actually ever using a game engine. I just was kind of like, oh, I wanted to make this thing because I saw it in my mind or whatever, and then. But yeah. I thought that I learned that in, you know, art school, that you have to, like, you know, watch movies and shit, but I didn't really think about it here in this case. Okay, so okay, so just because I want to be absolutely sure, if we don't free it at the end, we're gonna be fine, right? We can move our around. If you want to learn how engines work, build an engine. You want to make games using an existing engine? I guess. I was talking about this earlier. I feel like there's like... Is it like an 80-20 split with games programming? Is it there's like game developers and that's like 80%? And they don't write code or they don't write, you know, actual code, you know? And then there's the 20% that's like Jonathan Blow. You know what I mean? So there's like two camps. It's like an 80-20 split. But like honestly, the people that are like programming just want to program. They just need to pretend that it's like, you know, for something or whatever. That's my opinion. On like the graphics programming, game programming spectrum, right? I've like met way more people that are like into game things, like entity component systems and blah 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 blah, right? And then there are people that are like into, man, it's so cool how to like optimize rendering and things like that, right? And so there's like different types of games programming too, where I don't know. Yeah, exactly. I didn't really care about making a game. I just wanted to, I don't know, make a little thing where you could walk around. I don't know. I feel like engines are just kind of boring. Like when I was a kid and I like went into Unity, like my entire like, I don't know, my entire all of like the mysticism of it just like went away. And, you know, it was just like, oh, I can make a thing that walk around, you know, or whatever. Like, it just wasn't very fun for me. Back then, also, Unity was kind of like Blender. Like, when I was, like, 15 or whatever, I remember Unity kind of was like a Blender sort of thing. Where you could just, like, make meshes and then walk around or whatever. I never got that deep into it. But now it's probably way more... Say, whoa. Oh, what would it be like to be in a world where you're in extreme debt? Oh, do you want some? Do you want to, you know, simulate my life? I mean, that's. I can I'd probably give you some really good, you know, insight. That yeah. I hate Jonathan Blow. Yeah. Yeah, so that worked. So what is happening here is that we're deleting this and then it's not deleting it from the hash. Okay, here's the way we do it, right? So we're just gonna do that trick where we actually exit out of the program when we do this, and then we're just gonna log. I want to know because the chunk in the middle should be the one that's the problem. It's actually integers. Yeah, so literally me, so Luca, the funny part about that is that I'm not even a graduate. So really the wrong end of the stick. Loan shark levels of debt? Yeah, I mean, I keep my phone on silent. Game engine is indeed quite the generic term. Yeah. I don't know what a game engine is, to be honest, after working on my own game engine. Yes! See? 0, 0, 0. That's exactly what you want to see. So we deleted the center chunk. Interesting. Oh. But 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 what? I create the mesh and then no deletion hash found. Word up, bro. Oh, maybe replace. Oh, because they all start at 0. They all start at 0. Oh, so there are no. Okay, here's what we gotta do. We just gotta go through. Okay, I'm just gonna exit out the first iteration of this function. Dennis Ritchie turning over in his grain. And his grain? I said grain? like like rice? I meant grave, but I said grain. I said grain and it wasn't even close to grave. I just said a grain. What was the problem? The problem is that I'm freeing the very first chunk because we get a count of 0. Okay, so this is all the jobs that we create, right? So no deletion hash found. So creating new mesh. No deletion hash found. So okay, so I have a few questions here. How? Okay, so 162. 162. We have 162 vertices there, sir. Right? That's a count. Count is right before the score. So that's that. And then we have no deletion hash found for 0, 0, 0. Bro. Okay, so we create 0, 0, 0, and then we delete 0, 0, 0 because they all start at 0. Okay, well that makes a modicum of sense. That makes a modicum of sense. That makes a little bit of sense. Not gonna lie. Not gonna lie. That makes a little bit of sense. So everything starts at 0. Now we could start everything at fucked up numbers, to be honest. I feel like that might be what we gotta do. Just like start them at negative int max or some shit. Oh, that might go out of bounds though. Scurvy? Isn't that like what you get on ships and shit? I think so, right? Fuck. I don't know why this one, for instance, why would this one, oh, this one is under the ground, so that's why it gets 0. Okay. Okay, I have a plan. I have a plan. What we're gonna do is we're just gonna set everything to -999 at the beginning. I'm doing this. Yeah. This is not how they teach you to program in school. Let me tell you, no instructor is gonna tell you to do anything. This is not how they teach you to program in school. So all the chunks start at 0 because everything in life starts at 0, but unfortunately we also emit a chunk at 0, so we were deleting the first chunk. Right. Both C is the chemical and the C programming language. Okay, so I exited out of the program because we left in the exit thing. So that's so true. But now, as you can see, we are going for negative. Oh. Bruh. Bro, why? What? 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 Why is everything centered around -999 though? What? No, I didn't. That's not how I programmed you to be. Oh, because we're searching for the cam chunk and then okay, here's what we're gonna do. Here's what we're gonna do. We are going to set we need, okay, so here's I'm setting one chunk to 0, 0, 0. I'm really digging myself a grave right now. Don't look. Look away from this part. Don't look at the screen. Don't look at the screen. What is he coding? What is he coding? What is he coding with the magical numbers? What is he coding? Oh, it's fine. It's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. This is gonna work and it's all gonna be fine. We just need one chunk at 0, 0, 0 because that's where the camera spawns, and we don't have a way to anchor things around where the camera spawns because we need everything to be in integers. And just don't fuck with me right now. I'm a man with nothing to lose. Okay, bro. No. God fucking damn it. Okay, well that didn't work. Shit. So it's not a problem with the 0 hash anymore. It's a problem with how we're freeing things here. I seem genuinely more lost. I mean, I know what the problem is. I just don't know how to fix it. I literally I don't know how to fix it. It certainly is an issue. Certainly it is an issue at this point. Maybe I shouldn't be deleting the chunk hashes. I don't know. Maybe me deleting these is what's causing the issue. Doing all the deletions? I don't know. No. It can't be that. It can't be that because we already proved that it's this one. That it is this one on its own. Maybe now we just move back to the other one. Maybe we just move back to doing it at the top here. No. Maybe that's the answer. Is that we can't do it within the same frame. Maybe we just move it back to up here. And then do it here instead. Because that's where it's supposed to end up anyway. Okay, let's try it. Okay. The problem was the stack corruption? Yeah. I don't think that's what's happening. But yeah, I've had my fair share of stack corruptions in my day. Yeah, the problem is that we're deleting the hash and then it doesn't delete the hash. I'm pretty sure that's what's happening. Oh, whoops. We had to bind that. Imagine if you've corrupted the stack. Package stack fault apparently. Interesting. I've corrupted my fair share of stacks. I have corrupted my fair share of stacks in my time. In my time, there have been some stacks that have been corrupted. Indeed. Damn, bro. Did he actually just fix the issue? What the fuck? That's illegal. Dustmite is not supposed to solve the issue on this stream. Wait, how did I fix it? Nah, I got no clue. I have no clue how I fixed it. Okay, I don't know why red and green are on top of each other. But pretty much... it looks pretty solid. Not gonna lie. We gotta go. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. Listen. We are only going to... okay, so here's what we're gonna do. We're just gonna tint it. We're gonna tint it the other color because we need to actually start looking at geometry here. We need to start looking at geometry here because I need to... we need to know a few things before... I need to know a few things before we can continue on here. So a few things that I'm automatically noticing just from, you know, the experience of watching things is that we don't have enough chunks to facilitate any sort of chunking going on. So we're missing a few chunks is what I'm trying to say. We're missing a few chunks at the higher LOD levels. Okay, so We are missing a few chunks, so it's not 100% solved. But I feel like it's close to being solved. We just are missing a few chunks. Heard something else and it was not stacks. What did I say? 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 Oh, the music is so quiet. Why did no one tell me? The music was so quiet. I said stacks? You sure about that? You sure about that, bud? Holy shit, bro. The chunking system is chunking. It's chunking. It's chunking. It's chunking. Holy shit. I'm gonna chunk. What the fuck is he saying, bro? Oh, what the fuck is he saying, brother? Okay, so a few questions we may inquire here. Okay, so that one can't be solid. That one cannot be solid. The blue there just can't be correct. Yeah, we're not listening to this song. No. You misunderstand. We're not listening to that song. Okay, so a few questions. I need to ask a few questions here. So why is there blue on my... Why the blue? Why the blue, though? Bruh. Why is there blue sometimes on my... Yeah, so blue. The blue is not getting freed sometimes. There is some blue that gets emitted and it doesn't get freed. And it just stays around forever. Until I look away and then it clears. So... Okay, so we have some issues. Would I assume like that? Oh, is the fan going crazy? I don't think the fan's going crazy. At least not on the... The fan isn't going off because I'm actually doing this on my Intel GPU. So, it's not actually on the other one. Okay, so... This looks fine. You like to the untrained eye, this looks correct. What isn't correct though is we're actually supposed to see green on top of all the red. The green is supposed to be on top of all the red. Not gonna lie, that's what we need. We need green on top of all of the red, and we don't have it. And sometimes we have blue. And obviously here we have nothing. We've dog shit all. So we fixed the bug. Now LOD3 is perfect. You see that how far we can see? Before we would only be able to see up until like just the beginning. But now we can see actually all the way into the distance. And that's what we were trying to do. However, it did come at a cost. And now nothing else works. So yeah, that sucks. I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. That sucks. That sucks. How many hours have I been working on this fucking dog shit chunking system? How fast can I go? In terms of like the zoom? Really, I can only go that fast. I don't have a button to go faster. Try to rip it. I don't think that it would ever crash. It would never crash. It frees up all the resources, so What actually does happen though out here is that the collision works worse out here than it does near the center. Reason being precision problems with the noise function. Actually, nothing I can do about that. Already did a bunch of testing with it. Nothing I can do about it. See, this is what it's supposed to look like. At least from what I think. Let's go into the shader and make sure that we're drawing everything. Okay, so none of that business. None of that business. None of that. Oh. Okay, that might be something. Seem naive. I mean, I could show you that we're not gonna crash no matter how fast I go, but let's see. I can prove it to you, but we're never gonna crash it. But you know, let me prove it. Let me prove it to you. So we have a secondary function called apply. Where's the other apply velocity function? Let's have a max speed of 1000 with an acceleration of 10, and let's see. We're probably gonna leave the Earth is the problem before seeing anything, but yeah, sure, I'm going to prove it to you. It's just not the way that my program works that would ever break anything. I don't have it multi-threaded, so the queue is only as long as 1 frames. So it's doing what's around me every frame, but so let's see. Ah, fuck. Yeah, it's that fast. All right, let's see if we can get it straight. Yeah, it's so touchy that we're just okay. I lost it. Okay, so that's what I was afraid is gonna happen, is that we're gonna lose the ground because we went so fast. Yeah, I mean, it's not possible for us to find the ground now. So, oh, we found it for a second. Okay, well, we went so fast that we couldn't go straight. So hopefully that proves it enough to you. I don't know. It's kind of hard to do. Anyway, oh yeah, I was supposed to actually test something though. Try to set the float to its limits? You're talking about my max speed to float max. Okay. You secured your float in double precisions? Yeah, I mean, I'm not really sure what's gonna happen, to be honest, but we can give it a shot. Why would I do that? I'm just like setting it to float max. What are you trying to, like, what? I don't know. I don't know. What's the point of securing everything around float maxes? Like, why would I check for every float for overflow? Okay, so this actually works perfect. So it's just the way that I was rendering it. It actually works perfect now. So let's just... Okay, well... Holy shit. Wow. Well, this was good to test because we actually ran out of ground. Interesting. Okay, now we're making chunks. Huh. Weird. I guess when we get so far ahead of the ground. Oh, that's funny. Oh, it takes a while for it to catch up. Interesting. Oh, that's funny. That's funny. Oh, I have a chunk limit? No. It just takes a while to catch up, I guess. Look. Oh, maybe not. Oh no, it's coming. It's coming. It's coming. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, collision doesn't work out here because the noise function starts breaking. Yeah. Not 100% sure. Yeah, some things are weird. Like the we have 3 chunks on top of itself when we're only supposed to have 2. It's supposed to just be green and red. The pink stuff, not so sure, to be honest. Okay, I say that this works. Let's try and get this thing back on track, I guess. Out here, I'm not really 100% sure how much I expect things to work per se, but at home base they work fine. Right now we're 13,000 units out, so that's pretty far. You're doing it recursively instead of set immediate. Strangely enough, we do it immediately. We should do everything. I mean, it's not like we have a queue or anything that's happening in a different thread. So I'm not really sure. I'm not really sure why. Yeah, I've really no clue. Personally. Anyway. Oh, we should keep this delete chunk hash in. That probably had something to do with the weird shit. Maybe we should always delete chunk hash, even if we are repurposing the current data. Like we should totally, I think, delete chunk hash on this, just to make sure. Why did I do that? I mean, it needs to go from A to B. I don't know if that's the case. It should just look at the camera position for current frame and do it based on what's there. Oh, that's what's happening. That's what's happening. That is what's happening. What's happening is that it goes based on the closest chunk to the camera. It sets the closest chunk to the camera as the center that it iterates around in a cube, right? So basically what it's doing is it's taking the closest chunk, then it iterates over, goes to the closest chunk, then it iterates over, then it goes to the closest chunk, then it iterates over. So that's why that's what's happening, is that that's what we call the cam chunk, is whichever chunk the camera is in. But we actually just go based on the distance to the camera, not actually which one it's in, for reasons. So it gets the closest one and then it leapfrogs basically one frame, and then it finds the next closest one, and then yeah. So that's what happens. It's not really a bug as much as it's just funny that that's what happens. I guess it's something that we can keep in mind for later. Yeah, thanks. I've spent a lot of time on it on stream, as you've seen, being, you know, it being a pain in the ass, to be honest, but yeah. Okay, so everything is now going to get deleted. I think that's what I wanted to try. So yeah, I think there were some bugs when we got really far out with the things. I want to see if it's the real test for me is if the thing just works with parents. That's what I really care about. If it is a child, I want it to just continue, and then we'll just see what the parents are. Can you change it to render wherever the camera is? Yeah, I could. What I had previously, by the way, was exactly that. Basically, the remains of that is here. If the cam chunk doesn't exist, then we just set it to the start the camera position. But the problem with that is that I need it to be aligned to the chunk boundaries. So the reason why I need it aligned to chunk boundaries is because we work in integers and not floating point, right? And so I would basically have to fract it and floor it, which it's not a massive refactor. It would take actually just like 2 lines here, but yeah. We can do that right now, right? So we could say that if we're going by distance, we can say if cam chunk is -1, or if closest dist is less than chunk world size. So if it's greater than chunk world size times chunk radius, then we do this. The tricky thing is that we want this to be at the closest integer boundary that would be on the chunk thing, so you would have to get this start pause, and then you would you need to do the thing where we do start pause equals ivec3. I need to make ivec3 helpers for this though. I need an ivec3 scale. This. I need this because I need to scale it by a fraction. Why does this not work? Oh. Oh yeah, that's actually a pain in the ass. So yeah, let's just. We have to move it out by this. Yeah, you have to move it out in a IVEC3. Yeah. And then you need to floor it and then turn it into integers. So IVEC3 scale, we're gonna scale it. Start pause. We want to scale it by float 1 over chunk world size. Right, because we're just dividing it by chunk world size, then we need to floor it. We need a vec3 pause. We need to floor this, so pause.x equals floor f pause.x. I think that this is the correct way to do it, and then you just need to multiply it by chunk world size afterwards to get it on the boundary. So we just do start pause pause equals vec3 scale pause with chunk world size. And actually I'm wondering if you do this chunk world size divided by 2. Since you want the center. Yeah. So let's just No, yeah, let's just do this. It's simpler, and then we just want to start pause equals vec3 add. We want to cast it to ivec3. The pause.x, pause.y, pause.z. And you're adding it with the chunk world size divided by 2 to get the center. Yeah, so we just get ivec3 and we just do this 3 times. What is the struct of my vec3 type def? It's just literally 3 floats. It's just literally 3 floats. And there you go. That should do it. Why? Oh, yeah. This has to be an ivec3 add. That should do it. Now, of course, it's only going to work when chunk world size is even, but we already have that necessary, so this. Yeah, I still can't. I still don't swizzle actually, so I don't have swizzling. But in terms of like pause.xyz, I don't have that. So okay, so I think I just did this properly. I had a example code here that did exactly this. So yeah, I got rid of it. Whatever. Alright, let's just think logically about it. So we have the cam pause, we offset it by cam pause to the bottom right. Oh, no. This wants to be, you want this to be center pause. And then just do cam pause, yeah, and then you want start pause You want start pause to be center pause offset by that. Okay, so let's just think about it. So we have cam pause. We divide it by chunk world size. We floor it. And then we scale it up by chunk world size. So yeah, so divide it to get the fractional component. Yeah. And then we just add to get to the middle. Yeah. That should theoretically do it. If we want to test, we can go through and change this back to this and go test. By typing into defines. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. Yeah, I mean that makes sense. Okay, so let's see here. If we fixed it, now we should. So as far as we go, there will always be ground right under us. Well, that doesn't prove to be true. Huh. It's definitely better. Yeah, it's way better. The only reason it looks like that, that it's taking forever to catch up to us, is literally we are at the edge, right? So this is the edge of our rendering radius where we always are. So yeah. What does worry me though is the fact that we have so much garbage that isn't getting cleaned up out here. Like once you get out here, there's just a lot of garbage on top of each other. And we got rid of children there. So that's not good. That is not good at all. Okay, so let's... Alright, peace out, Luca. Peace out. All right. So before it was bad that we were freeing too many, but now it's bad that we're not freeing enough. We're not freeing enough. That's the problem. We're not freeing enough. Or at least when we get further out, we don't free enough. I don't know what it's like closer. I'm just making sure that all of this is fine. Yeah, it looks completely normal. Maybe we shouldn't delete anything that would be a child. So anything that is +1, +2 here. Yeah, maybe we don't do anything that isn't a child. Although obviously we don't really know. We'd obviously just like check if it's a child and then check if where's the most hidden trick? I don't really know about any tricks personally. Some people show me tricks and then it blows my mind. I like the whole macro thing, where you can macro names of variables. I don't really think that's a trick though. That's pretty awesome though. Okay. I'm just gonna try to do it only when we have children. Fuck. Yeah, I'm not sure about any tricks or treats. Okay, let's try this out. I guess it makes sense to me that that we only would delete chunk hashes for children or for non-children. So let's give it a shot. Oh, we should also do it on the top, yeah. Oh, but that's already guaranteed since you have to be a non-child to get freed in the zero list. Every PU that utilizes some DRAM based memory. That's cool to know about that. It's impossible that our LODs are incorrect. No. Yeah, I think something that I did here with the freeing is bad. Something I did here with the freeing is bad. Something with this is... We're deleting it sometimes when we're not supposed to. That's why we're omitting it twice with different LOD levels, so I don't really know what to do about it. It's kind of hard to debug that. Let's just try it with no deletion explicit. It's going well. How are you? Do I write my types in state case? Sometimes. Sometimes not. Which sounds kind of cursed, but I have kind of like my own way of going about it. Like for example, this stuff, right? Not snake case, but if it's like a constant sort of thing, like if it's a structure with just a few things in it, that's like, you know, there's only gonna be one structure, then that's what I'll do. I'll just have it all capitals. I'm fucked and stuck with the tic-tac-toe engine for 4 days. That does sound rough. That does sound rough. Okay, so we were correct. It is the deletion, but the deletion is absolutely necessary. Maybe we just don't delete inside of here, but... Oh, maybe we need not already emitted. Maybe just call free parent on it. It's, oh no, but free parent gets the parent. Oh, what's up, guys? Talking. Sorry, I'm writing code. I see. That's interesting. That's interesting. Maybe that happens a lot then. Maybe that happens a lot. Okay, so we need to do this so that we can free. We need to always know this. And so this doesn't. It is. So if the ID, yeah, ID1 equals -1, and so that's the definition of a parent. Oh. No, it's just a parent doesn't have a parent. It might not have a child, so it's just this. So this free current parent is what we'll call yeah. And that we just need to call before every single one. If it's even possible to cheat around. Yeah, I feel like someone probably would have done it already, if so. But it's still worth looking into, I guess. God, I spent all day working on this. I feel like this is so ridiculous. We just didn't even write like a lot of code. It's just a lot of sitting here and pontificating about it and shit. It's kind of annoying. I just need to check if it's emitted yet, so that's why I have this new function. It needs to check if it's already emitted. It's the difference. Because if it's already emitted, then we can't free it. As in already emitted during this frame. Obviously that would be bad for that. And also we should not be going based on if it's a child or not. We should be going based on the I'm gonna do that up here as well. We should never be going based on if it's a child. We should be going based on the definition of a child, which is just without doing this, if ID1 equals -1. Fucking annoying that I have to do this. There. Getting 2 separate refreshes means having 2. I see. overlap two of those blackouts periods. Huh. I wonder if there's something that I did here that I hard coded something when we were debugging. I may have I do have already emitted for everything, right? No deletion hash found is actually fine because blocking some attackers. Yeah, it's cool. I have no clue what any of it means, to be honest. I'm reading it, but it's just not really clocking in my head, you know, personally. Yeah. It does sound interesting, though. Sorry, I'm kind of really trying to figure this out, I guess, right now. It's kind of tricky. Let me see without the zero list if we have the issue, if it's a zero list thing or not. That's what I want to see, because we got the zero list to a point where I think it works now, but I need to make sure that we're freeing things too much, which doesn't really make sense because. Or no, we're not freeing things. We're freeing things from the hash, but then overwriting them. Reality is weird and wires can affect each other when close. I see. Okay, so you're saying that um that's hard for me to even understand, to be honest. I see. So you're saying that you would be able to write to things closer, faster, better, something like that. I just think that I'm not smart enough to know that, to know what that's all about, to be honest. Yeah, that's really hard for me to get in my head, to be honest. I read it 10 different times. It's possible that I'm tired a little bit, but yeah, that's let's try it like that. Yeah, it's hard for me to. I mean, so basically what you're saying is that between two blocks of writes that are happening in a row, I just segfaulted because I pressed it. Between two blocks of writes that are happening in a row, you might be able to bridge over it. Is that what you're saying? I would have no clue about the overhead. The problem is that the green is supposed to be red's child. And it's obviously not red's child if we are only drawing non-children So that's the problem. That is the problem. And then there we have 3 on top of each other. But at least now we're not seeing any blue. Oh, there's blue. Blue that just never got cleared. God, I regret ever fucking waking up this morning. Like, Jesus Christ, this is fucked. So it isn't a zero list problem explicitly. Alright. On the bread, but not the contents. The contents being some special bits. Maybe the loaded kernel itself. That's cool. Yeah, I mean, I feel like that's like a computer to me. I don't understand a shit of what you guys are saying. Weird map similar. I mean, I'm just working on the chunking system for the surface of the planets. That's all. It's not weird map simulator. I just have it in a debug color because I'm debugging. That's what I'm doing. I'm just debugging. It's nothing ridiculous. I don't know how to figure out what's going on though. Surely it has to do with something that I've been doing. Maybe we just turn this on for now. See if that's I think what's happening is that we're deleting the hash and then adding it again, and it doesn't or maybe we just don't. Oh, maybe we just don't get it. We just don't match on it here. Huh? And then it becomes a new. let's make sure that all of these are correct. So that's all of these need a match. They do match. Maybe for these we don't need to free the chunk though, since this is the one that we're replacing. We really should just be freeing this one's stuff. And so we don't free this one because we're gonna replace it anyway. But the replacement should also just add it to the thing. This shouldn't have any bearing on it. Yeah, I mean that seems like it would be a very, very big undertaking. Yeah, I don't know. I think that we just send this and then see. Oh my fucking god, I didn't compile. Man, I feel like I made no progress on this today. It's really bothering me. I mean, I did, right? I got the zero list working. But, yeah, this... It's not good enough. Not good enough. Here's a question. What if it's only... What if it's only this? It's that freeing that's... It might just be that freeing that's the problem. For whatever reason. Okay, no, it doesn't appear to be that. No, yeah, this is... There's just so many chunks on top of each other. This is fucked up. No, yeah, it's not that, I think. Yeah, I can't really figure out what's going on here, to be honest. I feel pretty lost, to be honest, on what I'm supposed to do at this point. I've fixed some bugs and then I fucked the rest of the system into a completely unusable state. So I don't know what to do about it. Yeah, I don't know. I don't even know if it was working properly before. But before it didn't have any of this freeing, which obviously is necessary. I think it was just covered up before by not I think it was just covered up before by not having the color coding, so we just didn't notice it. We just didn't notice it at all. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I'll probably take a break, or, you know, I don't know. What time is it? It's 8, yeah. Yeah. The amount of pain that I've gone through so far, with the fact of the matter is, if I just had everything at one LOD level, like in terms of like it just like red is red and blah 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 blah, like it would work fine. The pain is having 2 LOD levels at the same time. Red isn't just red. Red is also green. It has cached 2 different meshes. That's the pain in the ass. So if I just like had everything at just, you know, at just one level, then it would be fine. But I needed to have everything at 2 different levels so that we could have transitions. But yeah, it's just, this is kind of how it was before, just without the blank spots in the ground. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck is going on, man. Yeah, the children definitely you don't want to delete, but it doesn't. Yeah. Maybe we shouldn't do replace chunk hash and instead hash add, but I feel like that is dealt with internally by UT hash. So it's not, there's nothing that I need to do there to make it work. Yeah, I don't know. You know, I kind of wonder if somehow this shit fucked us up. Me doing that code, maybe that got us off of the chunk boundaries that I had set up. I don't know if so, but that would kind of make sense if that would cause that. Yeah. Yeah, red is available everywhere, every time. The problem is that it's just covered by other meshes. Covered by other meshes, which means that it just isn't finding this. Like it's just not finding the hash. It's just not finding the hash. LEDK is where it's at. How's my day been? I mean, it's just been like this. You know, it's just this. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe it doesn't add if it's not replaced. Maybe it's just, maybe let's just try hash add. Let's just try hash add. The problem is that we have no way to whatever. Let's just do hash add instead and see if that works. Yeah, I guess it's something like that. Okay. No, yeah, so, yeah, exactly. No, yeah. I needed, this is what's happening, right? Is that at LOD 0, there are brand new chunks that are being made. Which should not be happening, but that's what's happening. I gotta get rid of, I don't even know what this was supposed to be. Get rid of this. So let's just see. Let's just see with our own eyes that that's happening. But yeah, that's exactly what's happening. Is that instead of replacing chunks, we are spawning brand new ones. So we are not matching on the hashes. We're not matching on the hashes because we're deleting them and not adding on to them. Yeah. I'm gonna take a break, come back later, probably soon. But I just want to prove it right now. When I go to this pink one, brand new hash, brand new mesh for it. No deletion hash, creating new mesh, creating new mesh, creating new mesh. No deletion hash. I mean, maybe not, maybe not. The fact that there's no deletion hash really found ever. Brand new chunk at LOD 0. There should really never be a brand new chunk at LOD 0. It should only be increasing the LOD levels of what we already had. It should find a thing to replace inside of the hash. But for whatever reason, this macro is doing what I need it to do, right? Yeah. And chunk hash definitely is key at the top, yeah. So that's completely correct. That my system has become lazy. Yeah, I don't know. I think, no, I mean, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I don't really know what the problem is, per se. But if I had to guess, it's that it should be hash replace. It should, just to be safe, it should be hash replace, but It's either that or we're just doing something in the shader wrong. Like, I don't know. Like, we go by hold on a second. Oh, well, this is, yeah, this is obviously, yeah. If the chunk data ID1 is -1, that means it isn't apparent. Yeah, that should work 100% of the time. There's no reason for that not to work. Alright, I mean, yeah, I don't think I'm gonna understand it by just staring at it any longer. I mean, maybe setting this all to 999 and 000 was a bad idea. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I think I've improved it to the point where there's nothing else that I can try, really. There's nothing else I can try. And there's nothing else that I can really, like, debug out to see what's going on. It's too complicated for me to debug right now. So I'm probably just gonna take a break and try and... What I have to do is I have to think about how I'm gonna debug it, you know? Like, that's what I have to figure out. Like, I should, like, stop thinking about how it works and just think about how can I debug it. That's all. Because it was working really well in the morning, and then I try to fix one bug, and now it's completely fucked. Probably because it's working properly now. But now there's something else that got fucked up in me getting it to work properly. Now there's just multiple meshes that aren't getting deleted on top of each other, which is annoying. I think it just isn't matching on the hash. Just isn't matching on the hash. Everything has a unique hash, and so it's just emitting the same thing multiple times. Because we delete the hash at some point. But yeah. Also, we should be doing this, but also, you know, that wouldn't. This wouldn't do anything. Random printf. I guess I don't really know. I mean, I've done all of like the systematic prints earlier today, and that got me somewhere. But for this, I can't really print anything out because it's happening across all LOD levels, except for 3, which means that it's a replacement thing based on, you know, whatever. I'll be back later, I think. So I'm gonna peace out for now and take a walk or something. I am resolving to finish this though. So what about the memory? Nothing about the memory. The memory doesn't get freed, or you know, it's the memory is all stack. There's nothing. You know, it's basically linked together via an ID system. So yeah, I'll figure it out.